Up and rolling. YouTube. Check. Anybody hear me? Okay, I'm alive. I can hear myself. All right, we've got EYEG gapping up today from 370 to 710. So, looks like it's bumping up against right now. It's pre-market. trading platform. Not much else on the cap moment. Low float. I like low float. Tends to create larger moves. Fewer shares to trade. Go ahead and throw a Fibonacci on this. So we have a few nice bounces. 8 level, $5.08. Encouraging. 0.618 golden rate. It gets for averaging into this, what behaves, gets closer to the open 30. Bring volatility in stocks. So I'm just sitting here getting set up. I also have gaps on stocks on the move. Start getting the morning routine. These are the large cap gaps. Today's a big down day on the SPY. Low as 358 on the SPY, down from 370. That's a huge pre-market. Roughly the close Friday. Now 1.8 larger than what? Oh, that's down to 3. Down to the. That's a 3% move pre-market. Big move. Just a little bit of curiosity. Stocks on the move today. The large cap movers, quite a few of them. A lot of prep work. And apps. I like that game. Started watching it. About $10 a share. Made a couple of trades on it, and a stock that I wish I had just bought and held. I was a little iffy on it when I saw it because it was $3 range. So, and usually when things, it's not often stock rise from, I don't know, $3, $3.50 or like that, all the way up to it's made it into the 50s or so. So I missed out, but yeah, that's trading. Okay. Now, I've got a 10-minute chart here that I like to put my alerts on. For stocks on the move, you can see this win had a, what was that? Oh, anyway. So I've had trading levels on these before, and it looks like, yeah, I traded this before. This was a previous level that it hit. So this was a buy, and this was a buy, and then it did a pretty good job of making them up. Let's see what's going on with it today. So quite a bit higher. Let's see what our levels are here. Today I have an entry at 48.64. So I'm going to put my line at 48.64. Got an entry at 46.94. There. Got a cut off the trade if there's an hourly close below this line, 5.63, then I dump the trade. So if I get an hourly close all the way down here, then I'll dump the trade. On a big down day today, like today, I'll probably not go for the first entry and probably make an attempt at trading the second entry at 46.98. On big down days, you can get a lot of velocity to the downside, and so it gets a little bit risky on days like today. And so I'll probably bring down my trading size down to something like 100 or 200 shares to decrease the risk. You can see here the dump, the cut the trade level there is more than $1 below where my entry is, and so yeah, I'm not really willing to risk that much trade like this today. And probably going to be true for, well, it's going to be true for the rest of the trades too. I'll probably trade in really low size. When let's see, I probably have levels. Yeah, I have levels on. I've traded this one before too. So when I like to take more risk is when the levels are closer together. See here, this is only a 60-cent spread between where my first entry and my second entry are, and really tight to where my cutoff level is so that I can limit my risk. With something like this, I'd be more willing to average into, we'll say something like 500 to 1,000 shares. Because I know where my loss is quickly. I know where the cutoff is quickly. Today's levels, since we're way below the previous levels, let's get these going. I'm going to do my support line first. Helps me keep things in order. So that is at $36.40. I'll move that down there. My second entry would be at 37.32. My first entry would be 38.4. Right, and these are all pretty spread out because it's a volatile day. You'll see, I like to go back and put my alarms on after. Let's move. See the alarm that TradingView likes to put. It'll label it'll label the line with a little alarm clock. 864 keyboard there. Okay. 46.94. Then click OK. And now this is one really nice feature of TradingView is I'm going to have quite a few. You can see I have quite a few stocks on watch, large caps, and so in order to help me, stay on top of when the levels start hitting, I've got these alarms, and it's just as simple as clicking on this alarm clock right here, to add alert, and hitting create. You get this little alarm clock that pops up, so you know you've put an alarm on it. Pretty convenient. So add alert, create. We have alarms. You can see here, this is my section. So on CIEN, if it crosses below this line, there's an alarm, and then it crosses below this line, alarm. I don't put alarms on the down on my risk tolerance line, because usually if I've gotten into a position on things, that I'm keeping a pretty close eye on it. I don't like to stray too far away from my trades at any time. So I just use alarms on my entry levels and keep an eye on it during the trade to get out of it if it dips below, if it closes below that line, hourly basis, which means at 10 o'clock, this is the 10 o'clock line right here. So if it closes below this line at the top, I'll let it go. If I'm still in it, if it still hasn't crossed below this line, but it's hanging around down low down here, by 11 o'clock, I'll dump it just to get rid of it, and I can trade. COP, ConocoPhillips, already put my levels in. I'm going to go through here and put my levels in. I go along, and then I'll come back through and put alarms on everything after I've put my levels in. Kind of just seems to be a faster way of doing things, and I don't miss anything. Like if I just go through and do it all at once, put my levels in, and then come back through and put the alarms in, it's like I don't any alarms. Sometimes for whatever reason, doing it the other way, I miss it. I guess I have ADD or something. Miss the level. So I forget to put the alarm on the entry level. So anyway, DVN. What is Devon Energy? Okay, so energy. Let's just take a look at apps and stuff here. Let's see what's going on with oil today. Oil is off almost 4%. So energy is getting walloped today. Okay, it can correct, and this is looking like there's news about some new mutant strain of I don't know if I can say the name on YouTube. I think people have been getting their videos taken down, but there seems to be some news about some mutant strain of that what do some people call it? The Sharona virus, I think, is what Viva La Fry calls it. So yeah, there's a mutant strain of the Sharona vid that is shutting down London and South Wales or something like that right now. So a little bit scary, but you know, markets still trade. So these levels. Okay, so first level here is 1447 Devon Energy. The idea here is to, usually what the idea is to average into these levels. And so I guess I'll go into this after I'm done plugging in. But it's basically to get a 1% gain off of a bounce at these levels. And these levels are based on Fibonacci sequence overlay. Don't have the overlay on this screen, so I'm just gonna enter my levels in right here. Get going. Apps, look at this here. So let's go back and look at apps from previously. March and April is, oh, it was down to $4. It was basically a penny stock for a long time. You know, back here a year ago, a little more than a year ago, it was $1.50 or so per share. And I traded this gap right here on apps. Around $10, is that right? Oh, it was around, oh yeah, okay, here we go. So 1540. Yeah, I traded it right around here on this day after the big gap up. Let's see what its range was on that day. Yeah. So I know I made money on it, but it wasn't as much of a move as I was expecting. Usually, when something gaps up from 16 past 20, it really likes to roll up. The $20 mark, the $10 mark, and the $20 mark are significant. Seems to me like significant levels, price levels that once a stock gets past 10, it's going to 20. It's making an attempt at 20, and then once it makes it past 20, it's making an attempt for 50 or higher. Now, that's the small cap momentum sort of trade there. This has, and usually you see down here the number of outstanding shares is 87.53 million, and so it stocks with higher floats like that don't act the same way. Stocks, for example, low float. Viru here has, oh no, that one has 5 million. BPTH, right? BPTH, low float stock, has 3.7 float. See here, went up to, they reported some kind of a positive phase 2 trial, phase 2B moving to phase 3. It's a cancer. I don't think the drug is a cancer drug itself. I think it's like a sort of a cancer catalyst. So it's intravenously a patient along with the whatever kind of therapy patient is. You can see here it went from this day, these are the prices I'm this day, it traded $2 a share and then blasted up to 70, and so you can see it hit 1097. $10 just seems to be sort of a threshold for something to push to 20. And once it gets past 20, it'll rocket up a little momentum stock. It usually doesn't happen. That usually doesn't happen. Usually what happens with a small cap momentum stock that you'll get a big move up, then it'll just die off. BC a move up that you can call it fail, but from my perspective on trading, it's not really a fail. Yeah, see, so this one right here, it went up, and it made an attempt on the second day toward $10, failed, couldn't make it to $10, said, all right, I'll see you later. So I traded it on this day. I really thought that it was going to hit $10 a day. So the strategy that I usually use for something like this, when it goes on a second day move, that's really encouraging, especially when it gaps up on the second day over its last closing price. Usually means it's got a lot of momentum. There are a lot of interested buyers. There are going to be a lot of people who are jumping on this thing thinking, it's going to move to 100 or what have you. I'm not really, it's nice to jump on to move up that high and moving and stuff. But for traders, you got to limit your risk. There are too many examples of these things popping up like this and then just crashing down on the same day. Probably I can find that in momentum menu I have here. So I think I'm quite certain I bought this right around the $5 level. I think my position was really rather small. at 1,000 shares, and then once it hit, I'd have to look at the intraday, but I think, oh yeah, I was aiming for the high of this one, so I took half of my profit here at 692 on 500 shares, and then let the other half ride. This high right here is, I was looking for it to break this high, and so I took half of my profits here just in case it didn't break the high, and then let the rest ride. And I was waiting for it to hit 10, but it just started coming back down. I let it go somewhere around 6 after it failed to make it. So it just, these little momentum stocks, you don't get married to them. You don't want to. This isn't the momentum strategy isn't something that you don't get too excited, because moves like on BPTH here, where it goes to 80, 70 or something the year before, it does not happen often. It's very rare that high on a small cap. So you want to take profits, because you can find yourself in the hole, and then not taking profit and losing money instead of gaining money, the way it goes. Okay, that was a nice little back to. In fact, with stocks on the move, I actually don't like to see them. This is a large cap play. EVN. So this is off right now by, and right now it's off 6%. And I really don't like to see large caps. I don't like to trade large caps that are that far off. I may not trade in the large cap gaps, because once it goes past 5%, it just seems like there's momentum to the downside, and trying to profit. The trend is your friend. And trying to profit on a trade on a stock that's off 6%, it just doesn't work out very well. I'm looking for a 1% bounce on a gap move, where there's really no reason for a stock to be selling off. Like, there's been earnings report, there's been a news event or anything. Just for some reason, stocks will, every once in a while, they'll gap down, and typically what happens is, if it's less than a 5%, or if it's roughly a 2 or 3% drop down, there will be buyers who are like, hey, well, this thing is generally trending up. Looks like I'm getting a little bit of a deal here, a little bit of a sale. The stock's on sale today. I'll buy it, and then I'll add to my position, the current position I have already, and then just go about owning more of a stock that I like. And so that's the kind of trade that I'm looking for on the large cap gap downs. When there's a big down day on the open market, this can kind of create its own, the buy is off 1.5, goes down as when these things, when the broader market is going down like this, buyers will wait. They'll be like, hey, well, it looks like there's going to be a dip. I'll wait a couple days and see where things are in a couple days, and they'll come back and buy. So these gap down moves, they're worth coming back to look at a couple of days later, to see if you can pull a percentage point of profit off, move back up. So on big down days like this, stocks they're really not quite as attractive. The small cap momentum plays tends to do better. They tend to perform more reliably on large down days on the large caps, when large caps are headed down, and yeah, there's really not a lot to do there in the large caps. A lot of traders will go and focus on the small caps, and so you get quite a bit more attention there, and you get more traders there. You know, more traders means, you know, more opportunities to get in, make some profit, out, call it a day, clean your kitchen, or do some yard work. You know, so all right, so let's put some more. I like using the 10-minute window here, and you know what? Watermark is. I'm going to close everything down after I get these settings saved. Put my background, the watermark, in the chart, so that way I know, like, I don't kind of like right there, and it's obvious. Part I can see how it is. Sometimes it, you know, I have so many windows. It used moving fast. Let's see. 7, 14. It off. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ditch. That loss is one of the biggest parts of trading. Amazing. We got oh, yeesh. I had it not. And I tend to trade on the long side more often than just obviously for no large caps. Never know. Keep going up. All right, Schlumberger. You can kind of see a theme here too. or at least what's selling off, energy being pretty much every dip down, every other gap down the line. Corona thing. NCLH, I have definitely traded. I've probably half a dozen times. I actually still have a position in NCLH because I grabbed it back when it was in the 13s. I went pretty big on this one. I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago. I bought 5,000 shares at 1336, and within, gosh, I think it was within 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, it went all the way up to, I got a double on it. It went up to 2670 or so. And so I sold half. And now, the other half is on the house. So I'm still holding a position on this. I have last in, first out trading. So that means that, the shares that I buy last are the ones that will sell first. Now, this actually is in my investing account, not my trading account. So if I want to get into this one, I trade using Lightspeed, and I invest in Charles Schwab. So if I'm going to do anything with the Schwab account, I figured out what's going on. That could really beat. It beats up all the airlines, the energy stocks, all of the leisure travel stocks are really going to get hammered if, pardon me, if this thing continues, if the market continues to move down. And today would probably be a good day to be back into the stocks like Zoom, all of the stay-at-home stocks, Disney. What are the other? There are a whole bunch of stocks that are, that go up on the stay-at-home trade. Let's see, 22, 20. Schwab account. Add to my. I might wait. And resort. Yeah, energy, resorts, travel, leisure. Recent mutation, Corona. With stocks that have a really big price like this, that have a higher price, I'm not going to start. I'm not going to put entries. So these levels are just kind of guidelines. Like, I'm not going to buy a position trade at both just this level and then second level. And I probably won't even touch the stock, even if it does hit levels, just because when something, if it makes it all the way down to here, a haircut like that tends to just kind of create its own system of selling. If I were to trade this one, I'd probably start with like seriously like 20 shares. It's so high risk. I'd probably buy 20 shares at maybe every $2. So I'd have an entry here at 194 for 20 shares, and the entry at 98.24 for 20 shares, and so on and so on until like a 100 share position. And if it drops all the way down there, then closes or that far down, then then I'll take the loss and go on. But I would probably, if it's going to go all the way that far down, it's going to be like a 116 to 100. That's going to be, roughly speaking, 15. That's a big haircut. Usually not something stock will bounce back up. Of course, on this trade, on this strategy, I'm only looking for a 1% profit target. Anything after that, after I hit 1%, I sell half of my position. I put my stop loss at 0, so I've locked in profits. And if I get anything above that, if it keeps going up past a 1% win. So, for example, if I were to enter here at 101 for say 100 shares, and then it popped up 1%, which means $1. I've made $100, and I'm out of the trade. If I sell half, that would be $50, and then let it ride and set my stop loss, at break even there for the second half. And I've made $50. But sometimes these things really do on days when there's nothing really going on in the market and something's taken a dip for no reason at all whatsoever. There are a lot of times when these things they'll hit their price level. Sometimes they hit their price level. I get in, sell half, and then it just continues the rise for the rest of the day. So it works out. On those days, on days when it's quiet and something takes a dip, I'll increase my risk quite a bit more. When doesn't, your market's acting the way I have to look. I'll take more like 1,000 shares on something like this. 1% move, I sell half, so I've made 500. If it continues to move up, and sometimes you can really hit a home. Go through and notification on the move there. Two little alarm clocks there. That one works out. Now this one. But extended hours. Schlumberger. Ultimately, I think big oil's days are numbered. We're going to see a lot of consolidation in the oil industry in a few years. Electric vehicles nipping at big oil's heels. I think just a matter, it's eventuality, the way battery technologies. Big oil gets its lunch eaten. So I believe there are going to be pretty hard times. Big oil within underperform. They're going to be, companies, oil companies, bankrupt. Exxon or Chevron will eat up all the little oil companies like Apache, and got a whole list of Okay, so that's my stocks. You know, it's strange that got 3 other screens. Here's some clicking and you'll going on. Let's settings here. And then I've got another system over here that I trade on actually. So I'm charting on one computer, trading on it. Okay. And when, pardon me, I like to have this magnet on in trading view while I'm trading, because then that way I can attach to the tops and bottoms. I want to draw a trend. And when the magnet's off, it doesn't help. And so if the magnet's on, when I'm trying to put these levels on, attached to tops and bottoms and stuff, I won't put these levels. Got this saved. I'm going to close it out, because when I open Internet Explorer, oh no, got my live stream going. So up one at a time here. Yep, I'm going to up one. I don't like to have too many windows open at one time. Home, home, start, start, start. Open me up stocks on the again. Phillips, Elon, apps. Apps is one that doesn't make a lot of sense. Would dip down when it's energy, transports, and what's I call it, hotels are the ones taking the. Oh, and yeah. So apps would be one that I'm more likely to trade any of these up, because of. So off screen here, we bring to bring it up for everyone else. If anyone should. Right now I have 0 view. This is my first day. So EIG's broken above its pre-market highs here. Looks like it's testing it. There's quite a bit of volume on this. Let me see. I have my trade ideas. And pre-market, this thing has already traded 8.4 million shares. See what the news is. U.S. futures tumble on new whatever. Pharma announces transformative equity of Noctis Pharma. Yeah, well, 2 hours ago. Usually, it's the acquirer. The acquirer doesn't quite same top. Acquiree seat. A small cap. Acquiring a small cap. It's news enough to trade. Yes. What else is really popping up on? Nothing as far as having a low float is popping up. And there's AGIO. We'll take a look at that real quick. That's a second one. AGIO is popping up quite a bit. It's not one that I would usually trade because float is 69 million shares. The higher the float, the less it tends to behave with momentum possibility. Sometimes when those things get moving, when the higher floats get moving, they can really get moving. RP, RealPage. That's most likely an acquisition when you see something run up, just hit a price level and stay at that price. Usually means acquired. Let's see. RealPage set to be taken private by software-focused investor Thoma Bravo and $10.2 billion deal. There's really not going to be any action there. That's its stock price, and it's saying there's no real opportunity to buy. An acquisition. Anybody that was holding on to it at 68 and you just got to 89, congratulations. It's let's see, RP. Oh, I typed in that. Okay. Oh, we just looked at RP. Oh, okay. Which spots am I? All right. NK. NANT. EK West. And this is some kind of nanotechnology. Health technology. And Community Bio to merge stock for stock deal. Okay. I'm not sure how stocks behave in a stock-to-stock deal, but it's not static like we saw on RealPage, that last example. And I like when I see something holding. This is only in the momentum strategy. I like to see it hold its 20 period moving average. Means people are watching it, and the people who are watching it have decided that the 20 period moving average is a good spot to buy it. So if you're averaging into a trade on this one and you bought when it hit here and then bought when it hit here and then bought when it hit there, you're pretty happy with this trade right now. If you watched it run up and then watched it come down to its 20 period moving average and started buying as it's holding its 20 period moving average, that's encouraging. That doesn't mean that by the time the bell opens that it won't come back down. It can, certainly, and it might. So I'm going to keep an eye on this one. I'll put it into my momentum strategy. Has quite a bit more shares at 108. If you look at the total common shares right here, when I scroll over, you can see it's at 109 million, rounding up, 109 million shares. And so there's going to be a lot of participation in it, but you never know when someone's going to say, okay, well, I guess I'm going to sell my 10,000 shares into this big move up. I'm going to sell my 100,000 shares, big move up. And it can cause, I guess, it's not a high confidence trade. There it is, dipping below its 20 period moving average now. So the pre-market guys, or probably some pre-market guys, are getting a little nervous about that dip down. I keep the momentum, some of the momentum names, I hold on to them because, I'll show you later, you can come back to them after they've had their big run up and then they fall back down. Yeah, it's worth buying 1,000 shares and then holding on to them for 6 months for the big bump up. Not all the time. Sit there for a year, but a small investment in it. It'll pay off, you know. It'll work out. Not every time, but it will work. So I've got EG and NK down here at the bottom of my momentum menu here, and so I'll probably just switch back and forth. I won't open up. If I start trading one of them and they're both moving, then I'll swap it out for one of these large caps. Because I'm really not the only large cap I'm really interested. On my other screens, I have the SPY open. I like to use the indicators along with the indicators that I add and the VIX. These are relative VIX for those. So they've all got to line up. So when the SPY, a good time to and I trade options. And so when the SPY is really strong and its relative strength index is overbought on both the 1 minute and the 10-minute, and then that corresponds with the VIX being oversold on the 1 minute and the 10-minute, in conjunction with the ad being overbought on the 1 minute and 10-minute, then I'll take a contrarian trade on the SPY for a pullback, even in a bull trend. And it's usually a trade that I'm only in for, say, 10 minutes. Sometimes when there's a really good pullback, I'll stay in it longer. I might even hold it overnight. An option strategy, I usually buy options that expire 2 weeks out. And the opposite is true. So if the SPY, and really what you want to see is a trade that's in the direction of the trend. So if the SPY is trending up, like it has been now for months, and you see that it's oversold on the 1 minute and 10-minute, along with the VIX being overbought, being in the relative, the RSI overbought section on the 1 minute and 10-minute, and it's moving back down through the overbought line in conjunction with the ad being the oversold and coming back up through the oversold line, then it's worth a trade. I'll show you here. Get all the indicators. I'm doing some. Can't really see what I'm. I'll drop it back on. Drop it back into the one window I have. This right here that I have being displayed. Open broadcast. Okay. So here we see on the 1 minute and on the 10-minute, the SPY is just kind of hanging around in the middle of the relative strength index extreme levels, and there's nothing really extreme about it. I mean, it hits the levels like all the time. And so when the SPY, this is considered overbought, this area above the 70% line on the relative strength indicator is considered overbought. And when that corresponds with the VIX being in the oversold and coming back up out of the oversold here in conjunction with the ad, so all three of these have to line up. The ad being that, I imagine the ad's going to open up. I mean, it's right here right now. It's at -533, but I imagine today it's going to just kind of tumble down to the -2000 level. But basically, when the ad, this is considered oversold. So and this is the advanced decline line. So when it goes down into oversold here, and then starts to creep back up, back out of oversold, at the same time the VIX is falling down out of overbought, and the SPY is coming back up out of oversold, I'll trade, I'll buy call option on the SPY for a move from oversold back up to overbought, and the same is true in the other direction. It's and really I'll do it no matter what, no matter whether the move is in the direction of the trend or not. You really like to see it move in the same direction as your trend. There's an opportunity there in either case, regardless of the trend. Okay, so where are we right now? Got momentum. I'm watching EYEG. Okay, and then large caps. Watching all of these. I have a lot. So, what I'm doing. See if anybody comes in. Me. I'm the only one here. Or to anybody that wants to come and hang out. I was the reason that I started this channel is because I was a part of a chat group, and I just let the subscription lapse on the chat group I was a part of, and just kind of figured I'd start a channel of my own, because basically that subscription lapsed about 6 months ago. And so I've just been kind of sitting here trading, in my office by myself for the past 6 months. I just figured I'd see if anybody else wants to come and join and hang out. And maybe I can help somebody out. Maybe just the ideas from my trade scanner, my trade ideas scanner. I'm just pulling it straight off of that. And EYG looks like it's trying to get back over its high here. It's pre-market high, roughly 781 there. Yeah, that's a high of 781. So it's challenging it. The news on EYEG again is, oh yeah, this one acquired pharma. So some consolidation happening in the market. And that's kind of the way it goes. We're headed into we're supposed to, as long as things keep going the way they are, we're headed into what could be a globally synchronous. Oh, there goes EYEG over. Let's see if it can hold over 781. What's supposed to be a globally synchronous recovery after the past year's, mayhem on the market. The global economy, GDP growth is coming back. Inflation is increasing, and that tends to be very bullish for stocks in general. Everybody's portfolios ought to make them look smart for the next 6 months, at least. If we go through another shutdown, though, because of the sickness, then it could mute that global recovery. You know, hate to see it happen. But if it does, then, you know, we play the downside. I'm really skeptical about the airline apps. It probably won't hit my level or either of my levels. If it does, I'm really quite certain that I will trade this one. Energy, energy, telecommunication. Seems to me that telecommunications would be supportive of the at-home trade, the stuck-at-home trade. Get rid of these old. I had, you know, actually, it's interesting. I had this popped up on my scanner before too, on this day, and it really didn't do anything. It didn't get anywhere near my level. This is interesting setup. Got a really big, huge gap here. This was on earnings. Well, it surprised the upside, but it still sold off. This is one of the things that actually happened many times in recent history. Go over to the portfolio. There are stocks that beat earnings, beat revenues, and then on the top line, so you know, you got revenue growth, and then beat earnings on the bottom line after everything is subtracted out of revenues, and sold off, and it was often because companies were were paying off debt, and so their balance sheets were shrinking. And when, you know, Wall Street does not like deleveraging. Wall Street wants to see companies continue to leverage up with debt, which is kind of too bad because there's some good companies. Let's see, in large cap. I don't think I'm invested in a company called iRobot right here. iRobot's getting back above. That's good. So iRobot blew earnings out of the water right here. Huge earnings. Beat on revenues, beat on earnings, and paid down their balance sheet. Started, you know, working down their debt. And Wall Street said, no, I don't like that. You can't pay off your debt. So it took a dip. I lost on this trade. I tried. I don't have my levels on here anymore, but my trade, I think it was somewhere around 80. Yeah, it was 84 something or other when I tried to trade this, and I actually had a high confidence in this bouncing, in this stock bouncing. And I'm pretty sure I was in a 500 share position on this one, and I think it was down $2 before when it crossed its ditch line. Yeah, right here. And oh no, 82. It was 82 something. The cutoff line was 82. And I wound up being like down $1,000 on this trade, so unfortunately it didn't work out. It looks like it's starting to poke back up now. There's nothing here for me to trade necessarily. Let's see what it's doing pre-market. It's holding $80 pre-market. Last close was at 83.05. This could be a buy the dip scenario. And I believe that in the future, this is just me. This isn't advice, by the way. Nothing I'm doing is a recommendation, a stock recommendation, or a trade recommendation. This is for entertainment and educational purposes only. But I might be interested in jumping on this one in the next couple of days, I think the buy the dip crowd is going to come in, given the economic forecast that is currently on right now. There are a lot of people who are really puzzled by the recent move in the market, the continued upside with, there's being so many people out of work, and then the recent jobs numbers came out that were, disappointing. There are a lot of people that are really confused by how, stocks could keep going up, but there's a forecast out there that we'll see an uptick in economic activity, in the next 6 months. Now, this recent mutation could throw a huge wet blanket on that. I don't know. We'll see. But the confusion, on why stocks keep going up is just because there's so much bad news, but the future is looking bright. Well, it was looking bright. Now I don't know. We'll see. I think everything's going to be okay. But we'll see. These recent lockdowns in Great Britain aren't encouraging. So we could be bobbing around here for a couple months until we get it all figured out with what we're going to do. Small cap momentum strategy just doesn't. It seems to be immune to it. The small cap momentum strategy just seems to, no matter what the larger market's doing, no matter what is going on in the world, small cap stocks that go nuts. And there are one or two or three of them a day that do it. It just doesn't seem to matter to the small cap momentum play. So it's kind of it's not my bread and butter. I don't trade them often, and the reason I don't is because it's so easy to lose money on them. And I really want to see something moving. I want to see something that's headed towards $10. That's really headed, like you'll get some moves that a stock goes from $3 to $5, and that's you can jump on that, but it's not quite the same as when you've got a huge amount of participation and it's just looking like it wants to make an event for $10. On occasion, I will trade the small cap momentum when it's behaving well, and that means that it's found support at the 20 period moving average. And I'm averaging in over a period of about 10 minutes. And then I just take quick profits when it pops up. And it does work out, but I tend to not trade them quite as often as perhaps I may sound like I trade them. I don't know. If you hang out and you watch, you'll see. I'm going to shout out my trades when I jump in them. And what my target is for the move. And, sometimes I take them, sometimes I don't. All right. EYEG is still doing what it can. Let's see, it put in a new high right here, but then it was rejected pretty quickly off of it. Didn't hold that new high. So this 780 to 790 area looks like resistance time being. That could change in regular market hours if people really jump on this thing and want to ride it. That could change. It does have a low float down here. You can see it has 4.6. We'll call it 5 million. Oh, we've got 3 minutes to the bell. Try to work up. I need to get my momentum names, large cap name, into trading windows. Light speed. And I'm going to put, got two more windows. Trading platform. Energy. Airline. I'm going to put airline. They're there. I'm not really confident they're going to do anything. Yeah, right now, UIEG. I think thing is running up. It could go into a squeeze and halt on the way up right away. Usually when they start off kind of high like this, most of the time they sell off. Most of the time, you know, it might be worth like a gap and go. So you just buy real quick at the open and then sell it, you know, 20 cents above the open. Not really confident. I'd like to see it down for take pretty low risk on this one. And look for an entry right here at 720 roughly. I'm getting a trade window. A bounce at 720. Be very good. Yep. Opening rip. Got an alarm on Devon. Devon hit the first price. I don't have a high level of confidence in this one. I'm going to let it go down to its price. If it comes down to its second price, it could get a 1% bump, which is only 14 cents or 15 cents for, but just not interested. UIG, 727. Got an order ready to go at 7. I don't like to have orders standing. I like to go ahead and click into them. Just because on the level 2, which you can't see the level 2 on my screen there. Touch 720. Actually, this will. You can see here at the, so I changed my Fibonacci level from 74.8 or whatever it is. 70, just 870. Kind of seems to work better. You can see down here, the 20 period moving average is all the way down here. 636. So I'm going to play the 7 for a bounce. If I buy a second position, if it hits 727 and just plows right through 727, making a second entry 5%. Okay, so buy. Right here. So long position at $7.18. Sell ready to go. Bounce up. $7.18. Really like to see it come 724 there. Or 727, that is. All right, 730. Oh. All right. So I really like to see it run back up. I went ahead and exited half there. Yeah. Not gonna, it's probably not gonna hold there. Let's see. I still have half of my position. If it drops down, I'll enter another half position down here at 636. Not hit my level. Devon doing. Oh, Devon did bounce. Devon bounced 1447 to 1484 there. The other energy names are doing. In there. Apps. I doubt apps is that level. IG. There we go. Now, if this thing starts to curl up and it makes it over this 817 level, then makes it, nope. If it goes past 770, that's probably a good space to add for a run back up to the highs. Spot to sell right there at the highs. $5.25 million shares traded in the opening 7 minutes, roughly. Popping up here. Let's check out Gain Technology. That's a big. So with a move like this, and I just popped into it. This is not a good spot for me to enter. It's already made its opening move. So I'm waiting for a pullback here. It's got a really good daily chart here. If you see that move, that's impressive. I might be able to pop into a trade here, but I'm probably going to have to wait for a 5-minute setup. That's a kind of a toppy candle right there. CN is making a move, not come down to my entry. Devon, bit of a pullback right there. Might be trade. Okay, IG. Over 767 right there. Open 769. We're ready for 760. Once it makes it past 769, we ought to see it move, make an attempt for $8. It's going to be a fast trade. Add 500 shares to a position if it makes it past that. I've got an order ready to buy at 769. Actually, I'll put it at 770. If it can hold 727 here, be encouraging. Kind of a move above that whole Fibonacci level there. Yeah. And then a retest of it. Successful retest will be encouraging. And then if it can make a what's called a red to green move, moves from being in the red down here on the daily. If we can make it from red to green, then we ought to see some decent momentum to the upside. I'll click into the next trade. Got an order for 770 ready to go. $770. Okay, and nope, didn't get filled. There we go. All right, so right now I'm in 750 shares at an average of 742. I'd like to see it make it to 8. I've got an order ready to sell, 750. So if it goes below 750, I'm out of the trade, and I will have made about 250 bucks. So not anything to write home about. Come back down below 750. Oh, yep, there we go. Okay, so I'm out of this trade. 250 bucks. Go over to my realized gain. $232 on that trade. I like the way it's holding up above this Fibonacci level here. I don't know. I'll see what's happening. It's holding above The 1 minute, 10, 20 and 9, 10 minute 20 is right here. 20 period moving average is right here. So we'll see what happens. Devon, a move. If Devon can recover all the way back to 1563, that's a big deal. UIG. A, B, C, D. Back over 770. At this point, I really want to see it close over 770 to get back into it. And it's not hitting the scanners either. I don't know if you can hear in the background. I've got a scanner open. And when there's a stock hitting the scanners, it just gives it more attention. So no, hanging in there. Does. There might be a trade coming up, and for any beginner traders out there who are, interested in, who are just looking for guidance, you wait for the trades to come to you. You don't make something happen. It's a if you're good at video games, then this is basically like a monetized version of hot potato. Momentum trading is. So you have to kind of just wait for the right time to hit the button, just like a video game, really. And patience is the key. It's like fishing. If you've ever been fishing, and have the best rig and the best lures and so forth. But if you're not an experienced trader, you're not an experienced fisherman, you're really not going to be able to catch fish until you get a lot of experience under your belt. And part of that experience is just kind of butt and seat time. So we're watching the things kind of bumping around. Not really much to watch here. This is the 5-minute chart. They're looking for a 5-minute setup. I mean, it is hanging around the highs. It is hanging around up here. When something stays near the highs, it's encouraging. Oh, I need to take a break for a moment. Hey there, Jeff. How's it going? Hey, in the future, thank you. Like,
Gets me out of my.
thank you very much. Okay, so that was the mail delivery. The manager at the building I'm in right now is acting as the mail delivery fellow. Nice guy, good guy. So pretty slow in this building right now. I think I'm one of two people on this entire floor right now, so it's nice of them to bring stuff by. Yeah, so this stock that popped up, going back down, don't really see a trade happening right here. Looks like it's actually kind of just stair-stepping down. I don't think that's going to develop into much. EYEG is falling down. This is quite common with these stocks. There might be a trade there later on this sort of, you can kind of start to average in somewhere around a price level that looks attractive. Or let's say I can, at least. This is my first day streaming, by the way. If anybody comes by and sees this and likes what they see, you know, please feel free to join and click like and subscribe. A couple of things popping up. Let's check them out. Keeping an eye. Cable Road back. Late for it. Definitely a nice. These are some. Bobbling around. So we'll watch this one. It might be worth getting into this trade here for a bounce off of the 20 period moving average and making a move back. It's only worth about 672, 669 up to roughly 725, so it'd be about 40 cents. But you know, on 1,000 shares, 40 cents will get you $400. See. The end looks like it's trying to form a little bull flag here. Breakout above its previous day's close. That could be worth a trade. Got a support level here. Now going to act as a resistance level. Roughly this area right here. Put the support line. Yeah. Yeah, so it's struggling at the moment. A resistance level. If it makes it over it, I'll spin it. SREC. This is, I believe this is a SPAC. Alt. And I don't know much about these things, but I know they're hot right now. So it's worth keeping an eye on. I'd like to see a pullback down to suppose 1618 or so for an entry, but I'd like to see it do it on an attractive time frame so it doesn't have a messed up looking chart. a little bit toppy. Looking a little bit toppy right here on the 5 minute and the 10 minute. On the 1 minute, it looks okay. So we've got a 1 minute pullback going here. Got replace that. Another thing, another stock popping up. Yeah, that looks. China Customer Relations Center. Interesting. China is in, according to Hedgeye, I'm a subscriber to Hedgeye. China is in a growth stage at the moment. Check out. Not moving anywhere. Doing trading halt, so definitely got momentum to the upside. Watch what happens. After a halt, I like to see it come down, a pullback, and back up. So we've got a bunch of things. CRC halted at 9:53 roughly, or so. If it's a 5 minute halt, it'll open up in about SRAC. So I'm going to get into a really small, start buying in. '20 is at 668. 670. And if this trade develops, it's going to take time for it to, I think, if it can follow it. And if it can follow it up for, probably 20, 30 minutes or something, and then make a new breakout move to the upside, bonus. The idea is for it to follow this. Make another. Or its daily high. So 100 shares at 670, wobbling around. Makes it, if it comes all the way down to this, try and buy 100 shares at this level. If it holds this line, and buying bumps it, that'll be encouraging. Might work out. Erase. 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 Go away. Go away, line. Go away. Oh, there. I don't like the way the 2 minute. 1 minute looks Okay. So it's riding right now 668. The 20 period moving average is at 68. I'm hanging out and watching. CRC opened back up. Okay, so there's a little pullback on CRC. Spot to buy. Getting an order ready for 500 shares. Level 2. Watching level 2 for buyers to come in. Got a little round of buyers there. We'll let this one settle out a little bit to see what happens. Usually don't like to be in more than one trade at a time, but since this one is so small, I've only got 100 shares of it. I can kind of keep this one. I can keep EYEG on the back burner, but if there's something that's going to start moving real fast. All right, so I'm watching the level 2 on CRC, DCRC. See if we can get more volume in, more buying volume. See about its next round, next move. Kind of low volume there. We'll let CCRC develop for a little bit. Got 5 seconds, 3 seconds on this candle close. And it managed to close, let's see, closed at 671. So it's encouraging to see it close above the 20 period moving average, but then it didn't really behave very well after that. So I'm going to try another entry of another 100 shares at 636 to see if it holds that Fibonacci level. And technically, it's not in a Fibonacci level. Actually, I changed it to 0.75, and I've forgotten what that Fibonacci is. If it's 7.8, about 7.8 something, or I've forgotten. But 7.5 seems to be a good ballpark place for that Fibonacci. It doesn't. This Fibonacci never really seems to like materialize as precisely as the .618 or the .5 does. .618 is called the golden ratio, and that's typically where you see a lot of support come in. People will get shaken out. There's, the average time of someone's patience to wait in line is 40 seconds, and so this is behavioral psychology. Trading has a lot to do with behavioral psychology, and so it seems like people who've gotten in way up, like there's somebody that got in, to who knows how many shares. I mean, there were 6.9, roughly 7 million shares traded right here. So, somewhere in here, there's somewhere around 1 million traders, in this price range up here. And by the time it gets down here to this ratio, there are going to be a lot of people who are going to be like, God, I got to get out. I've hit my risk tolerance, so I'm out of this trade. And that's where other people will come in and say, okay, well, it's time to buy, because the vast majority of people who bought up here, are gone. The sellers are gone, so it's a good time to buy. And so that's the golden ratio. It tends to be where people's tolerance sits for losses, and which kind of coincides with patience, people's ability to wait out the movement. Folks that can wait more than 40 seconds in line and get paid. Folks who are just unable to wait it out aren't. And that's not to say, I mean, oftentimes on these small cap momentum stocks and these plays, this stock may never hit, or it may not hit its all-time high again for a long time. So there could be some people who hold from up here and wait a year or 2 years or maybe even never for this stock to pop back up again. So, you know, don't get married to these stocks. Don't get married to these plays. These are not plays that you want to be involved with for a long period of time. If you do want to get involved with it for a long time, wait until it comes back down to its to revert to its mean, to revert to its historical price average. And if you really like the company, if you do research and you like the numbers, you like the product, you like, you know, you got to go through and do the fundamentals. And if you're going to invest in something, you want to go through and you want to look at its earnings statement, its balance sheet, and what's the other one? Earnings reports, balance sheet, and cash flow statement. Yeah, and you want to, you know, check off all the boxes for something that's worth trading in, or something that's worth investing in. What's CCRC? Oh, CCRC coming down, and that's not a nice candle to see after it squeezed up into a halt. Buyers came in and bought, and then it squeezed into a halt and it sat there, and now it's selling off. It's possible this thing can start curling back up again, but it's not probable. It's not likely. Once it gets down this far, once it gets down past the candle that it, once the price gets down past the candle from where it went into a halt, then there might be another trade in it later in the day. I like to trade, you know, closer to the open. I tend to only trade in the first 1 hour to 1.5 hours of the day. You know, I'll stick around for some setups and trade, but otherwise, I'm usually just kind of staring at screens. Just kind of, you know, and if something pops up that's worth jumping into, then I'll jump into it. And there's a morning session and an afternoon session. I have a kid in private school who gets out of school at 2:50, and I go pick him up almost every day. Okay, so EYEG 640, and I'm going to buy another 100 shares at 635. If it makes it down that far. And really, the strategy on this, so about halfway up the candle here is at 5:45. This is going to be a close on the hour, 6:35 here. Let me put 6:35. Quarters in. This 5:45 level right here will be my cutoff level. So if it closes below this 50% level on a 10-minute basis, then I'm going to let the trade go. If I get filled, I got filled. So I'm in 200 shares at an average of $6.52 on EYEG. I'll buy another 100 shares at $5.88 if it makes it down to that level. And then if it closes below this 5:45 level on a 10-minute basis, then I got to cut losses and I'll come and trade another day, or, you know, I'll just wait for another setup. So the SPY is dipping down to 363. Let me bring the SPY over. Nothing moving in momentum. So right now the SPY is oversold on the 1 minute, and not oversold on the 10-minute. So this is not a high confidence trade. If they're both oversold, then it's a spot where I could look for a bounce, and that's a quick trade. It's in the direction of the trend. If I were to go long, if I were to buy SPY options here, I'd be buying in the direction of the trend. But it is not a high confidence trade. So I want to wait for both of these to get into the oversold territory. And okay, so the VIX, and so the 10-minute on the VIX is still quite low. It's not into the overbought territory, so we'll want to leave that alone. When it's in the direction of the trend, you can cheat a little bit, but not a good idea. Okay, so the advanced decline line, they're currently, it's at roughly negative $2,000. So there are 2,000 more stocks in the red than in the green today. And I think this is on the NYSE. I don't know, I've forgotten. And usually when you see something kind of stuck down here, that's usually a down day, when it's just stuck at negative 2,000. So VIX. So we're just kind of waiting on a trade there for everything to line up. We're waiting for the SPY to start pulling out of oversold on the 1 minute and 10-minute relative strength, and we want to see that in conjunction. This is cross-asset volatility. This isn't just stock volatility. This is, all assets, commodities, so on, bonds, name the different type of asset on the market that's moving right now. And it's quite elevated at 27.98. It's, you're not supposed to chart the VIX, you're not. It's not something you really do, but, I do. And so it made an attempt there to break trend. So we could see, if the VIX goes above this line, continues above this line, then we've definitely broken trend on the VIX. And we're in a different environment, which could be bearish for, I think it would be short term. You never know. Markets have a mind of their own. Each one of these things is just, there's very little predictability. There's only probability, so you just kind of wait for the move, wait for the setup. Once it's set up, so the ad is ready. If the ad wants to move up and go back toward overbought, it's ready. The VIX is not ready, and the SPY is not ready. They're technically, well, not technically. I mean, I think in my younger years I would have taken a trade. I would have tried to play that dip right there for the long side, but the fear of missing out is real, and it doesn't matter. I've been trading on and off now. Well, I've been trading full time now for almost 3 years, and I've been trading on and off since 2006. And so, this is possibly a trade I would have gotten in at an earlier part of my trading career, which I'm going to avoid today until, okay, so EYG is moving up, almost at break even on the shares that I've averaged into. Nope, got punched back down. So this is a trade that's developing. On a move up like this, on its initial move, you kind of call it its initial move, it's still up, higher than 50%. So, and it's still higher than the 62% fib. It could work out, it couldn't. There's only one way to find out. And so, you just get into the high probability trades. SRAC, what are you doing? SRAC looks like it's trying to put together a bull flag here. Might be worth taking a stab at right there at 16, the low of this breakup candle. Might be worth it. The high of this breakup candle, the low of this breakup, the next 10-minute breakup candle, 1664. Might be worth a stab for a couple hundred shares. See if it can finish out this full flag. Get this right there. So see if we can get into a decent price there. I think it's already hit for once. So to see it go below being 4 right here wouldn't be very encouraging. But be worth a stab for. Oop, CCRC came out of its circuit breaker halt and is just sold off. Put a fib on it and see where it is. That's it. It's looking like it wants to bump into its 50 fib, which is not bad. We can get back over its 62 fib and then hold. It could get interesting. And that was a lot of momentum there, and there were 2 million. So there's roughly almost 6 million shares traded on this thing. There are a lot of people in it. And if it starts to rip up again and goes back over its highs, it's really going to take off. So we'll keep an eye on it. UIG, UIEG, around. But 5 minutes left on this 10-minute candle. I'd really like to see it. Right now that's a toppy candle. That candle hasn't closed yet, obviously, but it's not exactly encouraging. See how it goes. I'd really like to see it close near the highs. And I'd really like to see it take back this 20-period moving average on the 10-minute. Volume. CCRC there made a stab for the 62 fib. Hold it. This is a pretty significant sell-off there. 989 to 764. May not. That may have been the move for the day. The same thing with UIEG, really. May have been the move today. Volume really fell off on this one. Heck of a lot of volume to start with anyway. Kilo volume. Not quite the float I like to see. I like to see less than 10 million float. But it's still 22 million. So let's get something going here. 1 million shares on this candle. 1 million shares on this 10-minute candle. I don't think this thing's over with yet. 227,000 on the 5-minute. Yeah, 859,000. Got a lot of buyers at that fib. A lot of buyers at the 75% fib. I think this thing further to run. So we'll see. Go to the large cap. I've only had one alarm go off for the large caps, and that was DVN. would have been a nice trade if I'd gotten in that. I don't know, 500 shares from 1548 here, and I probably would have sold right around 1486. So 1448 to 14, maybe 40 cents on 500 shares, a couple $100. Would have been a decent trade. But I ignored it. I just have a bias against energy on a day when oil, let's see, go to my large cap. Oil is down. Where's my oil? Brought it in. Okay. Guess I didn't bring it in. So U.S. oil right now is down 3.3%. Yeah, so I really wasn't. Okay, so here goes the SPY's getting close to oversold. Let's see if it can line up, start turning up. Wow, we got something else popping up here. So EYEG has something going against it right now, which is that it's not hitting the scanner. SRAC, I like that. Not really interested right now. Let's change over to LM scanner. Quite a bit. Yeah, look at that. Okay. Well, I've missed that move. So, yeah, and it wasn't on the scanner, the early morning scanner. So there's, kind of nothing really to hit there. Could be working on it could, so the momentum strategy is on the 1 minute, go into a halt. No, hasn't gone into a halt. So once it makes it over $7 after a pullback, it's a buy. But you never know if it's going to happen or not. I'm going to put it into one of my trading windows here. And if it starts to move up, then we'll jump on it. Okay, so EYEG still just kind of bobbling around there. It says it didn't go into a halt. There's no news. Usually when there's a halt, the halt will show up here. There's a bit of a gap here. It's 575. Next open at 598. UIEG is failing at 75% fib. That means the 50% fib is, or the golden ratio is the next one up at 588. And you get an order ready to go at 588. Buy another 100 shares. I'll be in this trade for 300 shares. If it hits that golden ratio there. I think there's a way of putting music, generic YouTube music. I'll have to figure out how to do that. SRAC. Yep, SRAC is making a move. I can catch the momentum on the way up past its high here. So 1744. I like the way this chart is looking. $500. Start to average in. There's a hidden seller at 1719. Level 2 is only showing a 100 share level, 100 share seller at 1719, and it's rolling off 1719s pretty steadily, but it's not breaking through. There's a hidden seller there. Wait for. Wait, up it goes. It broke. So I'm in 100 shares there at 1720. To 100 shares there at 1730. Oh, I got a good fill. I got 1721 on that fill. So I'm in 200 shares right now. Coming down a little bit. Good day for momentum. Stuff is popping up all over the place. Pull back there. Bought another 100 shares. I'm in 300 shares right now, average of 17. UYEG. Just not hitting this. See what it does at this golden ratio fib here. LMNL. Yep. It's selling off. Definitely like the way SRAC is hanging around the highs there. So it's moving slowly. So if it pushes through. If not, then dump it. I'm in 300 shares of SRAC at 17. I've got another order in for another 100 shares of EYEG at 588. So if it hits, I'll be in. If it dumps here down past 544, then that's the way it goes sometimes. Not then being good. Less than 1 minute. Half a minute to go on this 1 minute candle. Let's see what it's doing on the 5. Okay. Bad. 1670. But we'll see what happens. I'd like to see that. That's the 9 period moving average on the 5 minute. And so if it goes all the way down, I'd like to see it hold that 9 Period moving average. Oh, it goes all the way down to there. Definitely got quiet. What time is it? Oh, it's almost 10:30. Yeesh. We'll see. La-ti-da. Okay. All right. $5.88. Yvonne looks up. Pretty quiet. There's definitely a bull flag happening here. BYEG, definitely looking for a support play here. SRAC, looking for a bull flag breakout. The bull flag breakout would look something like this. So runs up, creates a bull flag, then breaks out to the upside again. This is a beautiful bull flag. It doesn't mean that it will work. Could be quite the opposite, the way momentum works. See how it works. I mean, that is definitely a reversal candle. Now, highs, it's all-time highs right there at 1787. If this bull flag plays out, then it will play out quite nicely to the upside. It would break out. A breakout here would be a breakout to new all-time highs. And I guess this was a recent IPO. Yeah. it's past 10:30. That's usually past the time for momentum. See this thing moving so slowly. 22 million shares. Not exactly encouraging, but yeah. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I'm in a pretty small position. I'm in a 400 share position. SRAC 17, an average of 17. UIEG. Gonna make it past the 75% mark. Right now would be a great time for a turnaround. I think I'd probably take profit on UIEG at about 7, right here at 728, which on 200 shares it would really only be 75 cents per 100 on average. So it'd be about 150 bucks. Not a huge trade. Not a huge. The 20 EMA. Here we go. Let's see a breakout SRAC. Tried to poke through on that 5-minute. That failed. Let's see if it'll give it another go. 10-minute here. That 720 ceiling there. Candle. Actually, it's hit 725 here. Let's see. High 730. 26. High here is 17. Watching the level 2. It's moving pretty slowly. I'd definitely like to see the level 2 a lot more active. It just rolling through the ticker. You want to see it just rolling like so fast you can barely keep up with the prices that ticker to the level 2. Yeah, this could be a grinder level there at 1720s roughly. Where it doesn't seem to be able to make it above, and when it can't make it above a price, it'll then start to explore the downside. I think 1720 10 cents. I'm at an average of 17 already. In case this thing does start to plummet. 17, printed 1727, and now the level 2 is at 1726. Now the level 2 is at 1722. It's getting close to Christmas. All the pros are probably on Christmas vacation already. All the big pros. Or a minute left on the 10-minute candle. We'll have an order in 588 UYEG. 200 shares at an average of $6.52 a piece. Oh, about 60 bucks. This one. That's survivable. $400 shares at 70. Down about $5. I'd be able to sell them at 17. Break even now if I really wanted to. I'd like to see this thing play out. If it plays out to the upside, I think it's going to have quite a bit of upside to go. But after 10:30, really what you're doing is you're waiting until somebody decides to come in before lunchtime to do a big buy. Like, yeah, I'm going to lunch. I guess I'll buy some of this SRAC before I go to lunch, kind of thing. But it's hanging up there close to the highs. But there's a flat top right here, in roughly the 1727 area. That's it's active barrier. A pre-Christmas market here, pretty slow. NK. I don't like the name NK. It's starting to curl up. And it's trying to make a red to green move. If we can get back over its open, might make a challenge. Might curl up and make a challenge for its high. I'm not in it. I didn't decide to get in it, so probably just going to spectate on that one. All right, SRAC. Okay, SRAC. 1744, over 1744, and we ought to be able to get some action. YG, UYEG, 18,000 volume on that 5-minute, 22,000 low volume. There are definitely some buyers coming in. 1740 looks like there's a hidden seller at 1740. I have order ready to get out at 7:30 if I see it printing We'll sell these shares for a whopping 10-cent gain on 400 shares, which would be $40. But it's green, so this would be a really nice breakout. But I just don't think the participation is there. I dumped the 400 shares at 17. Managed to get out at 1732 and realized 32. Realized $50.90. So I got a decent fill on that. Let's watch if it breaks out over 1744. I probably got out too early. Well, if it breaks out over 1744, I definitely got out too early. But then at least I'd be able to participate for a move over 1746. There it goes. Like, give it like 30 seconds longer. Okay. So the volume on this thing is so low. 42,000. I don't know. If it were moving faster, there's no doubt that I'd buy right here. But it's moving so slowly that momentum, you can't have momentum when it moves this slowly. The momentum is not there. And it's not hitting the scanner. All right, it fought its way past that 1720 something area quite well. Let's see if let's see if it goes up and does a retest here, and then it might be worth getting into the grind if space to work with. Yeah, if it comes up and then does a retest to this level and successfully retests it and beats the high again, then this thing has definitely has a lot further to go. But as of right now, it's moving too slowly. Yeah, it's coming back down to that 17 or 17. Well, it did come back down to test this area again. It's got to be successful there, though. Otherwise, it's go down. Keep an eye on it. All right, UIEG still in 200 shares here at an average of $6.52. We'll have an order in to buy at $5.88, which is the golden ratio. Volume is nowhere. Well, actually, 300 in that 10-minute bar right there that I'm over top of, there's 336,000. And before that, 650,000. 1.12 million. A lot of selling. Big selling bars here, which is rather discouraging. This thing could just come all the way back down to the open, or to yesterday's high. In acquisition, I mean, that exciting. SRAC couldn't hold the high, couldn't hold the new high. So we're kind of dodging that one at the moment. Might happen later. LMNL, one that popped up on the scanners, just totally selling off. Good. Yeah, these things. Does first, let's see what the news is. Liminal Biosciences does first subject in study of anti-inflammatory molecule, the Zacapras. Sounds like a children's book character. Sometimes these things will come down to its breakout candle low to test and then zoom back up, but it's not really encouraging. Nothing nothing too eye popping here. 1692, extremely light volume. All right, UYEG got on this candle. There's 416,000 on this 10-minute candle right here. There are 424,000 participants who are shares traded. There's participation here, but not in the correct direction. Give it a few more minutes. See if we can get a bounce. If I'm guessing what's going to happen here is that there's going to be someone who decides to say, okay, I'm dumping my shares. And there's going to be a rush to the golden ratio. And then if it's going to work out that way, they'll hit the golden ratio, dip below a little bit below it, and then someone will come in and say, okay, all the sellers are gone. It's time to buy, and I'll start to move back up. Otherwise, this thing could grind sideways and then just head down. It'll grind sideways for a while, and then it'll break this. It might get a bounce off of the golden ratio up to the next fib level, but not likely. And then it'll just kind of grind down. If it grinds up and holds the 75 and then confirms the 75, then we've got a chance of it hitting new highs. At this point, though, it's late in the day, or it's late in the morning, I should say, so it's not terribly encouraging. See what happens. All right, we've got something else popping up here. Let's see. Onvo. The Onvo, not a bad looking chart. Low volume. It wasn't on the pre-market scan. The daily chart is nice. That's a nice looking chart on the daily. See what the news is. Went into a halt on October 21st. I don't see any recent news. This is probably just some kind of a, I don't know, technical bounce, or somebody knows something. There's no way of telling. I guess I'll just leave it there. Let me know. Let's put SRAC. Put SRAC back up on this chart here. Yeah, that's definitely not what you want to see. There's definitely selling pressure coming into this thing. Could hold. It's possible. Could hold this this level and work as support, and then ride back up. I mean, look what it did on the daily. You know. Yeah. 92. Yeah, somebody said, I'm out of this thing. Selling. There is a buyer there, but there's no real pattern here. I mean, technically, it's still a bull flag, kind of making a channel right here, but I don't have a lot of confidence in that setup. So until it breaks out to new highs over 1751, I'm really not interested. UYEG, imagine it's about to do the same thing. Imagine it's about to dump down. really over, I'm actually not really interested in SREC until it makes it over 18. Okay, so all eyes on EYEG at the moment. That 75% mark seems to be a bit of resistance at the moment, and it's definitely not looking bullish. If it can start curling up, then might have something. Otherwise, it's got to hold this support at the 62 fib and then start working its way back up. For anyone who's interested in buying EYEG, they're going to have to come into the market for this to work out. NK. I don't like the letters NK because it reminds me too much of North Korea. It's curled up and has made a red to green move. It still has quite a bit of work to do to get past its pre-market high and even past its sort of right before it's open, 1362. Got a lot of work to do. And let's see its volume. Its volume is okay. It's steady, leaking in. It's not in the millions we would like to see for a momentum trade. I think SREC's probably going to just stair step down. I guess it could get a bounce at 1616 there. My guess is first level there, 1363. Break of 1363, and it might have potential to get up to 16, but it is not a high confidence setup. Let's take a look at what's going on with the SPY right now. So SPY is trying to work up to this overbought area and get back to its opening after the morning shakeout. The ad is coming up. It's still really low. I mean, that's still not a good ratio, and it's still in the oversold here on the 10-minute. The VIX, the VIX is working on coming down here. So when the signals are kind of all over the place like this, when you don't have anything definitive really showing you what's going on, then it's usually bullish. It's the tendency of the market is to go up, and we are in a bull trend. We are in the trend is your friend until the end. It's just not a trade that I can take with a high level of confidence. So need to leave it alone. La 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 la. Okay. Again. It's working on it. News behind it. Community bio. Oh yeah. Okay. It's definitely done its red to green move. And what's that? 1349 over its recent high. Yep, doing it. Let's see if we can get a successful retest of this 1349 here. Makes a move up. Let's say it's 14, and then comes back down and successfully holds 1349. Hanging on to the lows there. Hanging on to a bear flag there. 1 minute. UIEG needs to get up over 657 in order to get anything going. The attempt to make a stab at a red to green move. This is one big red candle with, on the day, it's traded 35 million shares. And the daily candle there, that is not encouraging. And it's already 11 o'clock. This thing might move during lunch, around lunch, might move in the afternoon. I imagine if I can get filled at 588 and then it successfully holds that golden ratio, then I'll just wait until the afternoon. Of course, if it dips below the 50 and closes below the 50 on 10-minute or hourly, then I'll have to let it go. I'm in a really small position on it, so for the time being, I'm not stressed about it. Like if I were in a 2,000 share position right now, I'd be freaking out. So yeah, today just wasn't a day for taking a lot of risk with how poorly the broader market performing. And it's so close to Christmas. I'm almost totally certain there just isn't anybody trading right. There are very few people trading. The big guys, the big traders, they'll jump into these small caps too. The hedge fund type guys. Jim Cramer even, he talks about how when he was doing a lot of trading, he'd trade the small cap momentum also. Right. So there we go. We got the dump on EYEG. I'm in 300 shares at an average of $6.31 a share. Let's see if got some people who are patient enough for the level, who are like, okay, the sellers are, giving up here. Start buying. And of course, there might be somebody out there who's looking at the 50% fib level, which is my dump level, saying the same thing, saying, okay, we hit the 50%. Let's see if we can get something going now that, you know, everybody's dumped out of the 50% fib. NK. Still waiting for confirmation on NK. So 379, 380,000 shares, looking kind of toppy. At least it's a green candle, but long tail, even though it's green, it's still a long tail on top. So people who decide to sell, let's see if we can get a rise and a successful retest of this 1349 level. If we can, starts moving and breaking back above this, you know, say it starts breaking back above 14 here, and we be able to see a push past 14, take it up into the 1450 area somewhere. The push past 1450 ought to take it up to 15, or if it's going to go that high, we ought to get a retest. So it's kind of late in the day. UIEG, you gonna shake me off? NK is popping up on the scanner, and so that gets people's attention. That is a good thing, right? So pullback right here at 14 would be expected. Put it on the 1 minute. We've got some momentum. Put it up on the 1 minute. Okay. And the level 2 is, it's moving at least, not like sluggish like SRAC. The level 2 isn't moving at all. Okay, we got a break of 14 there on NK. Encouraging. EYEG. What are you doing? Every time it goes down one of these levels, you want to see it test the level. You want to. What I wanted to see it do is hit the 62% fib, and then test it, come up, test it, and then run up again. And so basically, every time you step down to one of these levels, you're going to see the same thing. So I'm giving it to the 50% fib to make that touch, run up, retest, and then relaunch. Okay, and now NK is coming back down to test 14. 14 isn't a bad test level. If it can hold 14 here, that is encouraging. Might have to wait for it to set up a little bit more since it's so late in the morning. One second left, that 1 minute candle. Wants to try and hold 14, see what it does. UYEG, working its way down to that 50 fib. A close below the 50 fib, probably on the 5 minute. I'm gonna cut my losses. It'll be I'm down $200 on it right now. That's a nice looking chart. If it can hold here above 14, I'll probably jump into it with 500 with a stop 14, so I'll keep the stop tight. UYE not encouraging. There's a 50 period at 526. If it hits that and bounces back up over the 50%, all in one candle, that would be really nice. Not likely. Nice volume there, 800,000 shares, 420, 30,000 shares there. price level, 50 fib. 545 is the 50 fib price level, UIEG. I'd actually like to see the price action hold right here on the 10-minute candle as a pullback. That would be a decent place to. UIEG is working its way down to that 50% fib. 545 is the 50% fib. Let's see if it crashes through it and runs back up. That would be nice. One and a half million shares sold right through here. It's on there. Let's see. $11:10. So there's 3 more minutes left. A minute. I don't know why the timer isn't showing up on the candle on this chart. There's supposed to be a timer. See this little timer right here that counts down to 1 minute? There's supposed to be a timer on there, but it's not showing up. On my other charts, it's not showing up on this. Okay, UIEG didn't touch, did you? Below there, 548. Below there is 548, so it didn't quite touch the 50% fib. Be a nice spot to see it come back up over the 62%. I don't know. Two more minutes in NK. Merge and stock for stock. Yeah, don't have a lot of experience with this sort of stock for stock deal. Exactly what that means for price action, how attractive that is for traders. All right, new 10-minute candle. So now a high over this level here. Let's see, 1425 is a buy. Getting an order ready. It's most likely, I'm looking for it to turn around right here and start going up, but it's most likely it's just going to keep going down. So yeah, a close below the 50% fib on a 5-minute basis. I'm gonna have to let this trade go. Got my losses. Look to make money on another trade. Test of 1348 here. Is that what's next? Or is it a push over 1425? I've got a countdown bar right here. See that? Countdown bar right there. Where's I guess it's underneath that. It is underneath the price. No, no. All right, so all right, there it is. So 1349 is the price I'm looking at. I guess I can't have it on my chart and have a timer that's visible. All right, there goes UIEG below the 50. So it closes below on the 5-minute. And I'm gonna have to let it go. It's a nice dip on NK. I'd really like to see it go up over 1425. If it does, definitely a buy. All right, 26, 25, 24. See if we can close over 545. Where did we close? Closed at 5:43. Yeah, that's the way it goes. NK. Cut the losses and get into a trade that is working. Oh, you know what? This stock actually fulfilled the VWAP trade setup. Yeah, I could have gotten into the, so the VWAP setup. So it closed green above VWAP and then closed the next candle green that closes above VWAP to confirm VWAP would have been an entry. That would have been a nice entry from 1296 to 14. I forgot about that strategy. Start using it again. EYEG. Bye-bye. So let's see. See what I can do about getting out of this thing. 588. Right now I'm down 260 bucks on it. Successful test of 1350 on NK would be encouraging. There is a 13,000 share seller at $14 on NK. So a break back above 14 right here probably produced quite a pop on NK. One minute. I would already actually confirm below. But dump that. Let's see what it can do after another minute. We can get back above 50. Well, I'm going to sell it. If it's back above 50, I'll sell it. Okay, so we got a nice pop there above 14 on NK. Now, let's see. It's got to get over, was that 14.21 roughly? 14.25. Move over 14.25, and NK ought to move to 15. EYEG, 30 seconds left on this candle. And if it doesn't make it back over 545, I'm going to say goodbye to it. I will get into another trade. Live to play another day. Okay, 1438. Yeah, we get a nice rise going here. Cool. Sell 300 shares, 538 on EYEG. Bye-bye. Okay. Okay, so now let's see on NK, let's see if we can get a rise up here to 15, roughly 1560. If we can get a move there, which would be very nice. I averaged into 600 shares on NK at 1385. So I'm going to put stop on these at 1385 in case it takes a tumble back beneath. But otherwise, I'm looking for 15. There's a 1,300 share buyer, 31. 3. A little bit of a pullback right there on the 1 minute. Another rise above that last 1 minute candle would be very encouraging. Then a break over that high, 1449. Really nice. ERFX popping up on the, that thing's been popping up over the past few days. If I weren't already in a trade, I would check it out. So 1440. On up. I missed my exit. I missed it. Let's redo that. Okay, it's really like to see a break of 1450 in here. Running into a little bit of resistance. There isn't a whole lot of activity. I'm going to let it go right there. I've got fill on my exit at 1434. So let's see, that was $270 on NK, which balances out my loss on EYEG at $276. But then I've got an earlier EYEG that was plus $250. I've got an SRAC that was worth $50. So I'm looking at about $350 on the day. So I'm trying to grow my YouTube channel. This is my first day. I'm going to stick around. Usually I would call it a day right here. You know, it's $350 isn't bad. You know, I'll take it. I prefer, you know, the 5-figure, 4 and 5-figure days over that. But I wasn't taking a lot of risk. It wasn't a day to take a lot of risk. The overall market is moving down, and it's pre-Christmas, so there probably aren't a lot of traders, the normal amount of traders you'd see on a Monday. I wonder what volume. Yeah, volume on the SPY right now is at 36 million. I guess it's not too bad halfway through the day. I'll keep an eye on NK here. If it breaks over 1450, I'll jump into another trade. But for right now, that moved from 1385, up to 14. Exactly. So NK sell. I sold at 1430, and I bought in at an average of 1385, so 55 cents on 600 shares. Well, actually, not 50. 45, yeah, 45 cents. 600 shares netted me $270. Not bad. Oh, NK is coming back down a little bit. EYEG hanging around that 50 fib. I let it go at $5.38 a piece. It looks like it's hanging on to, for the time being, it's hanging on to this 50 moving average. I don't put a lot of weight on the 50 period moving average. It's more the short term 9 period and 20 period moving averages that I put emphasis on. If the 50 and the 9 are really close together, or if the 50 and the 20 are really close together, then I might try and average in at the 50, but otherwise, the 50 doesn't mean much to me on a scalping basis. So I'm gonna chalk that one up into the loss department. That's the way it goes sometimes. Still not bad. This thing is still moving upward, generally speaking. NK still moving in the upward direction, generally speaking. Yen, trying to get something going. Apps, yeah, one heck of a stock. Yen. That's right, came back down to test its the 75, and the 20 moving is right around in there. The 20 MA is right in there. I don't know. Doesn't I'm not really attracted to it. NK back up here. I've got an eye on 1450 for NK. YEG falling down. There's nothing there. 1449. I wasn't watching the level 2 when it hit that level to see what kind of activity there was. There's a 2,000 on the level 2. I see a 2,000 share seller at 1450. That's not that big. There might be a hidden seller up there. I'm going to put an order in at 1451 to buy. And low risk on this one. 300 shares. If it can break 1450, we ought to see a pretty good pop. And then I'll be looking for 15. I think 1559 will be the next spot to look at as a goal for NK after 14. Didn't drink enough caffeine today. Good volume on NK. A lot of trading. Not bad. 6.7 million shares traded so far today. So it's active. Good indicator. Yeah, is this the one where I was like, I should have done the VWAP set? Yeah, it is. Definitely done the VWAP setup on this one. There's a beautiful VWAP setup. Goes green above the volume weighted average price indicator line right here, and then closed a green candle directly after that green close. My entry should have been on the close of this candle, which would have been right here. And then I know where my stop out is. If the strategy isn't working, the stop out would be below the VWAP. 14 for a failed setup. 1450 coming up, getting 6, 48, 49, 50, 16,000 share seller getting eaten up. 6,000, there it goes, boom. There's an 11,000 share seller at 52. Nope, got bumped back down. So right after 1150 there, it didn't show up on my level 2 until 50 cleared. And it's not there again. So there was an 11,000 share seller at 1452 right after 1450 cleared. So stock got a little bit of a beat down there again after the high here should be 1452. It is. Okay. So watching level 2, I saw that there was another big seller. I was about to hit the button for 14.51, but there's another big seller. Let's see what happens at 14.52. I guess there's a new price level, so over 14.52, I have a buy order in for 14.53. If it makes it in, if it makes it past 14.53, I'm in for 300 shares, so it's low. This late in the day, I mean, this stock is staying active, so usually this late in the day, I wouldn't mess with, or at this time of the day, I wouldn't mess with the trade. But this thing is consistently trading. So let's see what happens here. A pullback down past 1381 right here. That would be kind of really rather discouraging as far as further trading goes. If the price goes down below 1380, then traders aren't going to be as interested in it, and so the price action. There might be investors who are interested in it, but traders aren't going to be as interested in it. So, let's see. Okay, here we go. We're bumping back up a little bit. 14.52 is the price to beat, and keep an eye on the level 2. If you're trading this, keep an eye on the level 2 for any big sellers up there past 14.53. 49. 44, 49, watching the level 2, 9, 50, got a 50 there, 52, 10,000 share seller. Okay, I'm in. There we go. All right, so I am in 300 shares at 14.53. Looking for a move from this point forward to 15. Failure right here would, mean I'd take the loss, but we ought to see a push here after 14, after they cleared out the big sellers over 14.50. We ought to see a push here to 14.75, and then from 14.75 we ought to see a push to 15. Oh, dipping down a little bit. Dipping down a little bit. All right. So selling after that push past 14.30, I'm going to dump it. There we go. 14.50, looks like there's a hidden seller at 14.50 again. There's sellers stacking up at 14.50. I might just have to go. Oh, okay, we got a buyer. Nope, gone. Oh, there we go, back up again. Light selling at 14.56, only a couple thousand shares at 14.56 there. 56, another one popped up, 52, 54, 56. 56, they'll be able to take out 56 here pretty easily. There's not a lot of selling going on up there. There we go, 57, 56 again. Oh, yeah, there's sellers popping up on this thing. All right, I got out there at 14. Oh, there it goes. How about that? I just got out for, I think it's a ½ cent loss. Let's see. Yeah. So in 300 shares, I lost $5.29 because I got out at 14.52 and a half. Let's see. I sold at 14.51.2 or 14.5127. I was in at 14.53, and there it goes. It's doing what I wanted it to do. It looked like there was a lot of selling pressure coming in. Okay, so now 15 ought to be the next mark. How about that? Like literally, if I had waited 2 more seconds to hit the button. Well, such is trading. The level 2, it really looked like there were a lot of sellers coming in there at the 14.52, 53 range. So now 15, over 15, and then 15.59 is the next mark. So if you're in this trade, you know, I'm happy for you. 15 is the number. We've got a high on this candle right now of 14.96. Over 15.59, and yeah, it's looking like this thing might try to hit. It'll probably try to hit 20. Yeah, over 15.59, and this thing is going for 20. Whether it makes it there or not, I don't know, but it is going to try for 20 if it makes it past 15.59. Yep, I'm sidelined on this one, just watching. UYG, UYEG, bunk. NK looking good. SRAC, you held your 20 EMA. That's encouraging. That is decent looking. I want to see it go up over. I really want to see it go up over all-time highs, which is here at 18. It's got to make it past the daily high, 1750 there, to get any interest. 15.17. Got a high here. The high on this candle is 15.42. So a push over, yeah. 15.59 is going to be resistance, if not even a couple pennies before that. But to see if it breaks through 15.59, we're off to the races. This will be a lucrative trade. That's the high volume bar right there. This bar right here on the 5-minute is a nice big green solid buying bar. Buying from the bottom to the top. Selling, nope, it's staying up above this bar. Over 15.59. This thing is going to take off. It might head up over 15.59, come back and test it, which would be a really easy entry. If it comes back, if it pops up over 15.59, then comes back and tests it, then it's going to be a really easy setup to get into. If it successfully tests it and moves up again over to the new high. That would be the ideal setup. So it would look like this. I'm going to draw some more on this thing. So it would pop up over and then come back down and test successfully. And if it does that and then it rises back up again above this level right here, it's a buy right there at this level when it breaks this level. That's the easiest setup to get into on a momentum trade like this. That isn't necessarily of course, it's not what's going to happen. You never know what's really going to happen. But that's definitely the entry that I'm looking for. That's the setup that I'm looking for. So if if the market gods would so like to do that for an entry, I would really appreciate it. Twenty-three seconds left. 20. Looking for a doesn't have to be a strong close, but definitely looking for a close above this 15-12 area right here. That's not bad. 1540, not a bad close. If it wants to hang out high up here for a little bit, underneath of this all-time high, underneath of this 1559, and then push through, that's also a good setup. If it bobbles around this, say, it bobbles around this area for a little bit, before it decides to hop through, that's also a really good setup. Boom. Okay. So now for me, for this setup, for me going forward here at this point, this is just the way I see things, is I'm looking for a move up, a retest here, and then move up again, and my entry point will be right here. My guess is that the stock is looking for a 20 price point level. Yep. We're at all-time highs. Oh, wait. No, we're not at all-time highs. We're at all-time recent highs. Okay, 16. Wow. You know, that's trading. I sold, but at 1451 and a half or something like that. 1451.27. Oh well. I'm gonna keep this up on the 5-minute. One minute. Let's put this one on 5-minute. All right. Volume is good. Okay. NK is definitely putting in a bull flag. A move here over the last candle. So the last high, last 1597. So move over 1597 would be high. Coming down to test the 1559. And it looks like it's going to hold. Let this candle close. Okay. I'm in for 1,000 shares. All right. I'm in at 1570, 1,000 shares. The next target really is going to be 1650. I'll probably take 25% at 1650, and then keep taking profits as it moves up. And the goal, the ultimate goal, is to hit 20 on these shares. There we go. 1649. I'm going to go ahead and take 25% profit at 16. I'm going to take it at 1635. Taking 25% right there. I just got filled on 250 shares. Okay. Now I have my stop set for 16. I'm in at 1570. I'm sorry. I'm in at 1582. And looking to let these 750 shares ride. Got a little bit of profit, have a stop at 16. Looking for a push past 1650. I'll probably take another 25% off the table at 17. Move my stop. And take another, if it can make it up to 18, take another 25%. And then if the last 250 shares can make it to 20, then I'll move to 20. Going down pretty close to 16 there. My stop is at 16, which would be comical. That's trading. All right. 1650, come on, 1650. Breakthrough, boom. Got it. All right. Now I'm going to look to take profit. I've moved my stop up to, I'm moving my stop up to 16. If I get stopped out at 1640, it'll be all right. I'm looking for 17 here. All right. I have an order to sell at 17 for 250 shares. Yay, NK. All right, I'm going to take another 250 off the table here at 73. Oh. Okay, got it. All right, so I'm still in 500 shares at 1682. I'm sorry, 1582. My stop is at 1640. A little bit of hesitation beneath 17. $17. Nice. All right, let's see if we can hold 17. I moved my stop up to 1675. Yeah, so usually I would take off by 11 o'clock. It's usually like 11:30 is like the latest that I stay to trade. But I'm trying to build this channel. I want people to subscribe. Right now, I'm the only person watching this. If anybody comes across this and has any suggestions on ways that I can build the channel more quickly, here we go to 1750. Can we see 1750? 1730. 40. I'm moving my stop up to 17. That'll be $1.15. I'm about to get stopped out. Okay. Well, anyway, so that was worth $1,300 roughly on NK. I definitely left some money on the table, but yeah, you know, that's all right. I can walk away on a day, a $1,500 day. If I do that every day of the week, if I can do that every day of the week, yeah, I'm looking, you know, there are roughly 250 trading days in the year, and it's roughly $250,000 a year if I can keep doing it. You know, I've had a pretty good stretch from January to, let's see, what was it, April? I had a really good run. Had a little bit of turbulence in April, gave some money back. Then May, June, and July were good months. I managed to continue to add to the winnings. But then August, September, and October, I gave about half of what I made in May to June. What did I say? I don't remember. But I gave, it's been an up and down year. Of course, I mean, that's trading. And then the past, let's see, November and December have been pretty good months. I'm going to end up in the year strong here. So I'm just going to stick around in case somebody shows up in the room, which would be really nice if somebody decided to come and hang out. I need subscribers to be able to build a channel. It would be fun to have somebody to trade with, because otherwise I just sit here and trade by myself all day, just like this. This is exactly what I do all day, day in, day out. I have the gap trades, the large cap gaps, and then the small cap momentums. And sometimes it's the large cap gaps that work out well for me, and sometimes it's the small cap momentums that work out well for me. NK past 17 again. Looking kind of toppy through here. I know I'm talking to 0 subscribers or 0 anybody right now, but if you're still in this trade, This might be a good time to take some profits. If it's gonna break out again, this isn't so. Although this is a high volume candle, it's not a topping candle. It's topping looking, but the selling volume isn't like way over top of the buying volume, like the buying volume candles you see here. A topping candle will have 25 or 50% more volume to it than all the rest of the candles. This is the 1 minute. Let's look at the 5 minute real quick. It might be a topping candle. So yeah, I mean, it looks a lot like a topping candle, and it could be the top of the day. I doubt it though. It's still, so there was definitely high volume on this candle. There were 1.77 million shares traded on this 5 minute candle. On the candle previous to it, there were 1.84 million. So it doesn't, so the selling pressure isn't greater than right now the buying pressure. And you've got a big stream, a big run up of buying right here. So this could be the day's top. And with the way momentum works, it most likely is. But we've got a new high, and this is a new recent high. I mean, we have to go back years. It looks to be, yeah, all the way back to 2016 before you see highs like this again. So in recent history, this is still has the possibility of going even higher. Looks like it needs to consolidate for a little bit. It's possible it could go higher. Not likely, but possible. So it's worth keeping an eye on. And since I'm going to be here anyway, I may as well just keep it on watch. Okay, so SRAC made a new attempt. Now that's interesting. A fall below VWAP here. I prefer to look at VWAP on the 5 minute rather than the 10 minute. So it attempted right here to do a VWAP setup. So on the 5 minute, it closed above the VWAP, but then the next couple of candles, weren't green. It didn't close a green candle above VWAP, and now it's failed below VWAP. On the 10 minute, I like to see that it looks to me like it's getting support off of this 20 moving average. It's a simple moving average. It's not an exponential moving average. And the stock is basically staying up in the air. I mean, the price of the stock, is staying up. So there are interested buyers right now. And on the day, it's got 1.93 million shares traded. And the largest volume candle here is 3.99 million shares way back on November 27th. I don't know. That's not a high probability setup, in my opinion. IG, trying to get back over the 50% fib. I dumped at 538 on this one, and took about a $270 loss on it, $260 loss, something like that. So to see this one curl back up again, it's got a lot of work to do. It's closing way below the VWAP, below on the 10. It's closing way below the VWAP, the volume weighted average price right here. It's closing below the 20 period moving average, and it can't hold the 50% Fibonacci retracement, which is just it's just a no-go. Putting in a big red candle on the day, not a high probability setup. NK's decided to hang in there a little bit. Looks like, yeah, we're getting a little bit of consolidation here. It's worth watching. The next spot to watch is the day's high right here. is it 17 something? At 17:40. So I think that I am going to take a lunch break. It is time for lunch, and then I will be back. If anybody pops into the room, leave a message. Oh no, almost already 12. Oh, look at NK hooking up again. The light volume candle there. But if it makes it back over 1740, you'll see a lot of buyers come in. All right. All right, everyone. I'm going to mute my mic. This is a loud noise in the office. Okay, everybody, I'm back from lunch. What do we have going on here? Looks like NK is trying to pop up again. I've got a level of 1740 on it. For it to, it's got to break that, and then it's got to break 1783. Put a mark on 1783 there. So those are the levels. Now over 17, well actually 1779, that would be quite an impressive move. And I think that it would go to 20 or close to 20. That's what I think. So that's how I will play it. It's an afternoon trade, and I actually need to go and pick up my oldest son from school today. I need to leave the office by 2:30 in order to be at his school by the time he gets let out. So I'm going to miss the rest of the afternoon trade. I'm going to shut it down here. Generally speaking, I think today's been a successful day. Managed to get into a couple of good trades. Had a couple of losers. My winners were bigger than my losers, though. So, you know, that's the deal with trading. It's being able to manage your trades, knowing when to cut your losses and let your winners ride. Which, actually, I didn't exactly let my winners ride today. I did pull some money out of the market as profit. However, I could have let NK run. I cut short one of my trades on NK. I think I bought in at 1652 or 1552. Let's see where it was. NK. Oh, I was in for an average of 1352. I definitely cut that one off early. Right here. Right in here somewhere. Started averaging in. And it looked like it wasn't going to, where is it? Right here? Well, I don't remember. I'll have to go back and look at the video. But yeah, I think it was this one right here. Right in here, 13. Oh, geez, I don't remember. It was 1452. 1452. No, it wasn't that. Well, I do not remember. But at least my winners are bigger than most. So, unless something pops up or is going on, I'm just going to stay quiet here for a bit. There's all of one viewer on this stream today, and it's me. Perhaps in a few days, I'll learn some tricks and get some things going for a couple more streams and see how it goes. Am I allowed to edit midstream? Something tells me I'm not. Am I still streaming? Yep, I'm still streaming. Let's see if we get a retest of the 20 EMA on NK. I think the high is in for the day, but you never know. These things might pop up again. Holding 17, encouraging. Okay, TRQ is back down below 17. It's holding the EMA and also the bottom of this breakup candle. Encouraging. We'll see. Below this candle, I think it's got further down to go. Maybe hanging out up high, that's right. UIEG. Get something going? Look at maybe I RESN up. See anything trade though. EVN, SREC. TLXP. Little bump there, but daily. Yeah. Popping up. Low volume. Going on. Excuse me. I had to sneeze. What's the news on? Significant insider purchase extends the buy trend of last 90 days. There's a TLX November 23rd. Old news. I don't know what it's talking about last 90 days. November 23rd. That's November 23rd right there on the daily. Last 90 days, and I guess if you want to call that an up, I think it was lower. It's hitting the scanner, which means what it's going to do most likely is it'll move up a little bit, it'll suck some traders in, and then somebody will come and sell 100,000 shares. Trap a bunch of traders. 50 riding the EMA there. NK is holding up. It may have further to go today. I probably won't be around to see it. It is 1339. The afternoon traders might jump on this. And I mean, it's about an hour away from when the afternoon session ranks up. Yeah, this is the afternoon. This is what it looks like, usually looks like before 2:30. Once 2:30 rolls around, things will start to get a little bit more active. If there are people in long positions on the SPY, for example, the SPY has done a pretty good job of coming back through earlier. Interesting spike. what that spike's all about. Shenanigans. Yeah, earlier in the day, we got the RSI on the 1 minute bottoming out right here. And I mean, as it turns out, it would have been a good entry as it came back out here. It would have been a good entry on some SPY contracts, on some SPY calls, and just kind of let it ride. But it didn't correspond with a 10-minute, a bottoming out in the 10-minute. Now, that's looking back, that's a bottom, but it didn't go into oversold down here. And then confirm the move out of oversold. And the ad, now that that's a really good move on the ad. And the ad did come out of oversold here. And the 10-minute VIX. Oh, well, the 10-minute VIX came out. That was in the morning. Yeah, so by 9:30, the VIX was bottoming here, and it didn't come out of oversold. Where's 9:30? This is the 10-minute. 6 a.m. So at 9:30, yeah, it was still much lower than the overbought section. So there wasn't good confirmation. Now, though, let's see, the ad is getting close to overbought on the 10-minute. The SPY is overbought on the 10-minute. And the VIX is definitely oversold. So if we get one more, if we get the ad going into overbought here on the 10-minute, that's the only piece to this puzzle that's missing right now to get into a put position on the SPY. Yeah, the SPY is overbought. Everything is overbought on the 10, on the, oh, that's the 1 minute. Let me go to the 5 minute. 5 minute. 5 minute. 5 minute. Okay, oversold on the VIX. The ad overbought, not overbought, and then the SPY 5 and 10 overbought. So if we get the ad climbing into the advanced decline line, climbing into overbought, and then dropping back down out of overbought, then it's time to short the SPY. There's a buy the dip crowd, which makes sense. There's and what stimulus is right around the corner. So it probably this dip right here on the SPY probably won't last long, especially with the next couple of quarters forecast as being pretty strong quarters. It will be time. I think buy the dip is probably in effect. The dip may last a couple more days. So, usually when you have the SPY go down, I mean, pre-market, the SPY was down to 358 at one point. Yeah, the pre-market on the 10-minute. Okay, here's the SPY on the Monday morning pre-market session. It went all the way down to 358. That's one heck of a tumble. Probably see an afternoon sell-off if the ad goes into oversold and starts coming back down again. Yeah, we'll go into a sell-off into the day, probably. If it just stays up in overbought, then it's going to stay up in overbought, and that's all there is to it. But I'm guessing some point between 3 and 3:30, the market, if the market is still charging up between 3 and 3:30, and it turns down, I'm not going to be here for it today, but I would buy puts, probably dated. Let's see if they're selling puts for Friday. I think the market is open Thursday. Yeah, they're selling them on Thursday. So they have puts expiring on Thursday. I'd probably buy those instead of puts that expire on the same day. Yeah, it's kind of tough. But I'd buy these Thursdays. 12/24 is the date. And right now they're going for, let's see, it's a call. See a 3 price already. 360. So if we bought, suppose by the time it gets to where it's going to sell off, buys at say 369. So 369 puts right now, they're selling for $3.05. That's an expiration on the 24th. Well, so if all the criteria are met, I would definitely look for an opportunity to short the SPY with options expiring on Thursday, and it would only be a scalp. I wouldn't hold it overnight. Probably a position I would only hold for a few minutes, 15, 20 minutes for the move. Yeah, coming back up out of oversold. The VIX is coming back up out of oversold. It's signaling, I mean, it's still, there's still a higher low today on the VIX, but this thing has been stubborn. I mean, the market has been making new highs, and this thing has gone only as low as 19, let's see, what's this? 19.5 is the lowest it was there. The low here was 20.3, 23.3. And so the VIX has been stubborn, even as it's making new highs. I don't know how high I'll have to go in order to get back down into the 12s. 11 and 12, extremely bullish. Then zoom, have that big sell-off in March. Advanced decline line. I mean, it's still negative 1,000, but it definitely popped up from negative 2,100. Oh, and there was a big rebalancing today too from the from Tesla, right? Tesla large caps and stuff. What Tesla? So apparently there's supposed to be a bunch of selling in order for Tesla to be introduced into the S&P. They have to sell like a whole bunch of other stuff on the S&P in order to make room to buy Tesla onto the S&P or something like that. I don't know the exact details. Hedgeye is bearish on gold. Seems to me with the stimulus and everything. I mean, gold is money, you know, and when there's an inflationary environment, the value of your money decreases because in inflation, you can't buy as much product with your money. And so if gold is money, then gold ought to be going down. But I don't know. I mean, there's like the last stimulus, the Fed announced QE and Congress announced stimulus back here, right around in here somewhere. And gold, made this last leg up after say December of 16 to August of 20 after a 4-year move, roughly. Most of the move occurred in the past 2 years. And took a dip right here at the crash. I mean, I don't know. I'm short 10 shares of the GLD. And there's a correlation to the dollar. There's a positive correlation to the dollar. So instead of it rising as the dollar falls, GLD is falling as the dollar falls, and the dollar's been falling basically since July, roughly. June or July, the dollar's been falling. Let's look at the dollar. Look at the dollar index at least. Let's see. The dollar's been falling March. That thing is on a tumble. That thing is tumbling down. There's a positive correlation with the value of gold. In the past. Well, the 30-day correlation is closer to 3-month correlation. The audio stream's current bitrate 0 is lower than the recommended bitrate. We recommend that you use an audio stream 128 bytes per second. Where do I go to adjust that? Property. Check. All right, well, I can hear myself on YouTube. Somebody come join my channel. NK is making its way back down to 1559 or thereabouts. Let's see if it's support again. I'm gonna have to close shop here in about 20 minutes. NK coming down to test 1559, a little break below there. Pardon me. Little bounce there off of 1559. We'll see. Hanging out above VWAP. A little peak below 1559 there on NK.
truth about a
All right, well, I've got to start closing up shop here. And just in case anybody happens to stumble across the channel, it looks like the SPY is setting up for a downturn. Now, it kind of depends. You know, the 10 minutes still needs to go into overbought, and it could keep running up into the end of the day. It's done, the advanced decline line has done a really good job of recovering today. And SPY is starting to come out of overbought here. So it may not line up, and the VIX is starting to climb out of oversold. So I'm not going to be around to trade it, but if you happen to stumble across the channel and you happen to see this part of the video, keep an eye on those things. There could be a trade developing there. So, all right, I'm signing off for the day. It's been, well, since I've been by myself all day, can't say it's been really great to see everyone or anything. But, you know, tomorrow's another day. I hope to see people around. All right, take care.